Good morning, good morning. Morning, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. And I want to welcome you to the stream. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit so we can see a little bit more of the manual. There we go. I am a little bit out of practice for on streaming here. So let's get back into it. I haven't streamed in quite a few months. I miss it, obviously. I like building things. And it's great that I can spend some time with, people who want to watch and are interested in these things. So today we're going to be building the Tamiya Comical Grasshopper. I saw this kit on the shelf probably 3 or 4 times. And then when I finally saw it again recently, I finally started paying attention to it, but I just couldn't pull the trigger. And I thought about it for a whole week, and then I thought, wow, comical. I never thought about building a comical chassis, but this grasshopper is really neat. I went to another hobby store, and they only had the hornet. No, the frog, the pink one, pink and white one. And I just love the grasshopper. So I went back next weekend and got the comical grasshopper, and here we are. I did do the unboxing video already. If you're watching this after the fact, not live, and you want to check that out, I'll try to leave a link. I'll try to remember to leave a link in the description below. Quite an interesting kit. I think it's supposed to be a little bit on the beginner side, but then some things kind of contradict that, and I'll show you what I mean. It's a very kind of complete opposites of what it should be in some places, in some aspects, I think. So here is the polycarbonate body that I've already pre-painted and put the decals on. That was kind of fun, actually. Decals aren't super difficult. It wasn't a lot of it, and it does make the body look really nice. I really like this. And this is kind of one of the things that makes it kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of shouldn't be this way. It has a pre-built gearbox, but it has a polycarbonate body. I thought this would more be like the regular grasshopper and be a hard plastic pre-painted white body, but it's not. So this was actually quite, I don't want to say it was difficult, but these black decals right here, 3 pieces, actually 5 pieces, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces. These long ones aren't super difficult, but I wouldn't say they're like beginner friendly. I mean, some of these are easy. This was actually kind of easy. But there wasn't a lot of it. This is one decal. So we'll see how it turns out. I went through the manual, and I don't think this is going to take very long. I'm hoping that this kit will take about 3 hours or so to build. That's kind of what I'm aiming for, and I hope that's the case. Let's see. It is 7 a.m. in the morning here in Southern California, so I'm hoping to be finished by like 10 a.m. so everybody can get on to watch their football game. It is Thanksgiving here in the United States. It is November 27th, 2025, in case you're watching this in the future. So, welcome. Thank you for watching. So, let's get started. Actually, before I do that, I'm just going to double check, because this has happened before where I did not have any audio. So, I should have checked this right in the beginning, but it gives people a chance to come in. Let's see. So I'm going to just make sure there's volume here. How's everybody doing? I hope whenever you're watching this, you are having a great day, a great evening, great afternoon. All right, let me just double check. All right, I do have volume. That's great. The last stream I did, the F104, the first 2 minutes or so had no volume. I just wanted to double check. Take a sip of my drink here, and let's get started right here. So we're going to need this N tree, and it's going to be N2, N3, same on that side. I have not opened anything. I have not started on this kit at all. No cheating. I wanted to do everything live. I did test the electronics, so that's all I did. So N2, this should be these two pieces right here. So this one is 2. This one should be 3. Yeah, I gotta put on my glasses, but I think it's gonna be these two. Actually, let me go ahead and do that. When you get older, I think one of the most important things about getting older is admitting you're getting older. Let's see, there is a little nub here, note direction, so that should be on this side right there. And this is going to go this way, I believe. So it's going to be like that. That's going to be for this side. And we're going to need a ball stud and 2 screws. And we're going to need a parts bag. There we go. So I'm going to guess it's going to be in this bag right here. And also here, I see 2 places. Let me grab a tray. Let's see, let's use this one for now. Okay, I see the ball stud right there. I have the cross wrench, and that is usually going to go. So for this one is the farthest hole on the right, and we're just going to twist this in. There we go. And then BA3 is going to be darker screws. Should be in this bag. Oh, no, ball bearings. That is something that I am planned for. So I have purchased this. Let me show you. So this is the Comical Grasshopper ball bearings. It's really simple. It's for this kit, it's only 16 quantities of 5 by 11 by 4, so that's all you have to buy. And I'm going to replace these plastic bushings right here. And if there's time permitting, I'm going to open the gearbox and swap out all of those plastic bushings as well. We'll see what happens. That may turn into a separate video later. Just see how it goes. So that's that. So that's gonna go here. I'm gonna try to use all hand tools today. In case you're building this might be someone's first kit. I actually, if this was your very first kit, or you're giving this to someone who is kind of on the younger, inexperienced side, who's not, I'll just say that it's actually, like I said, the body makes it not as beginner friendly as it could be. That's why I'm kind of like conflicted about recommending this kit as a starter kit. I think the building itself is not going to be terribly challenging, but the painting part makes it kind of out of reach. Okay, so let's do the other side. So again, see, I can actually see the 3 now. It looked like a 5 to me before. Okay, let's move these out of the way. Again, let's note the direction. So that little nub is going to be on this side this time. And it's going to go like this. I didn't notice this on the, oops, this is correct. Yep, no, hold on. It is this way, this way. I didn't notice this before, but the nub is there, and there's a nub here as well. So it's going to match up, and let me just grab these two. Don't worry about making mistakes. You just saw that I made a mistake about lining these up incorrectly. It happens. I am not the best kit builder ever, but I can say, above average experience, and I make mistakes all the time. You watch my videos, you know I make mistakes all the time. It just happens. And it's okay. I have made mistakes where I forgot to put on a piece and I had to take apart half the kit to put it back in. That happens to me a lot, especially with the TTO2. There is a bearing cover on the propeller shaft, kind of near the front. There's this one little plastic piece. It's a kind of odd shape, and I always forget to put that on. And by the time I noticed it last time, I've already built the 2 diffs and I've already closed it up, and I had to take it all apart. Fortunately, I know how to take it apart kind of partially to grab everything and pull it out so I can put that in, but still it was kind of a pain. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab the gearbox, and we're going to attach these arms. That's going to be this right here. So if you were going to take this apart, you see there's a plastic bushing right there. If you want to take this apart, this would be the time to do it. To put the ball bearings in and to do maintenance. I don't want to do that right now. I want to keep this stream as short as possible. Like I said, it is Thanksgiving, and then we can always go back and make another video on how to do this. Okay, so here we are. So this is like that. You can see this cross here is on top. So we need 2 of these ball studs here. This N5 goes on these 2 holes. And then the 2 rear arms that we just built is going to go here. And I think we're going to be using one of these long pins. Tamiya kits are built at Tamiya manuals are printed to scale, so that's wonderful. So it looks like this one, again we can see the nubs here, is going to be on this side. So we're just going to thread this all the way through. I think I pulled out the wrong, yep, I did. Pulled out the wrong size driver bit there. I am using the Tamiya Craft Tools RC tool set. Great little pickup. In case you didn't know, this is actually not Phillips head. This is called JIS. It is a cross bit for sure, but the dimensions and the shape is actually a little bit different. It's Japanese industrial standard JIS. So you can use a Phillips head. It works just fine, but you know, in case you wanted something that was made to spec, I guess, for these screws, then go ahead and pick that up. That's a great kit to have. It's also a great gift if you're thinking about gifting something that is a little bit more on the affordable side for Tamiya RC. I think it's about $25 right now. And it's available everywhere. Amazon, AMain. I've seen it in my hobby shop. Okay, so let's grab these 2. It's going to be a step screw, an N5. So we saw N, so 5 is going to be this one. I don't think I have any watchers. Actually, I might have one watcher. If you're watching, say hi. If you want, I don't want to force you. But I'd love to know where you're watching from. So this piece has this side. It kind of curves up. So this side is going to face this way. And we'll put this step screw here. I have the chat on. I think I just need to look up sometimes to read chat. Like I said, I'm a little bit out of practice on streaming, but we'll get through it. A little bit too tight. Make sure there's a free motion there. That's always a thing with suspension components. Same on the other side. I think it goes like this. Grab another step screw. I think we're starting to pick up a few viewers. Thanks for joining me on Thanksgiving morning. And like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I will try to finish this kit before the football game starts. I believe it's at 10 a.m. Pacific, right? So I should be, hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll be done by then. We shall see. I haven't really paid attention to football this year. Or the last couple of years, actually. I will sit down and watch it when it comes on. Mostly Thursday night. Because I'm on the computer anyway. And the games are broadcast on Twitch, which is great. I'm on Twitch all the time anyway, watching other streamers, not RC streamers, you know, other streamers. I really enjoy building kits live on stream like this, by the way. One, it's challenging. I have to do a lot of prep work. And it is a little bit of a toll on the body if you have to sit here. I think the longest stream was 4 or 5 hours. I forgot how long it was. A little bit taxing. So that's why I don't know how people stream for like 8-9 hours playing video games. I thought about streaming the Grand Hauler, but that's I changed my mind on that. There's no way I can build that in one sitting. I looked through the manual and never mind the body, just the chassis itself is quite challenging. Okay, I think we're done right here. What is this? Do not over tighten. Yeah, that's kind of what I mentioned. Step screw. We have full range of motion, so let's go ahead and go to step 3. Happy Thanksgiving, Dan Woodruff. Thanks for joining me. That's a great day here in Southern California. I hope you're doing well. Have you guys seen my, I put out 2 shorts in the last few days. A couple of deals that I saw. There is a Grasshopper Black Edition on A-Main for $88. And yesterday I saw that Tamiya USA was having a Black Friday sale. And they have the CC02 Mercedes G500 at $150. I picked up both of them. I think they're both on their way. I may do a Christmas Eve stream or maybe even a New Year's Eve stream. I haven't decided yet on the CC02. The Grasshopper I've built before, and it is Black Edition. I'm thinking it might be collectible, so I might keep that in the box. But you know, if you guys want to see a Grasshopper, I can try to get. Actually, it's so cheap. I can get 2. It's cheaper to get another one than to get the regular Grasshopper. But we'll see how that goes. So here we're going to need these O-rings. Put the rubber stuff in that one. And it looks like I'm going to start needing some grease here. And I keep the grease. You can use this tube if you're building this. But I like to use clear grease. This is just super lube. It's silicone. It's cleaner than this. This is, I think, I'm pretty sure this is like a dark gray or black, and it gets in the hand. It's very greasy. So I like to squeeze silicone grease out of a syringe instead. So let's grab this right here, and it should be this one. And let's grab an O-ring, put that on there, and we're going to push this in like so. Okay, usually they ask you to put a dab of grease in there, but it's not doing that. So this one's going to be on this side. And then this side is going to be this one. And let's put an O-ring in here. Okay, that's ready. I'll put them into the gearbox after I put this together. So F6, F7, and this rod right here, the shaft right here should be that. Let's see. Is this the F tree? I saw this, so I think this is the F tree. Alrighty then. I don't remember how many times I've streamed, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be under 10 times. And every time is going to be a little bit different because the kit's usually, I'm not usually, is always different. And I wish I was able to stream more often. But there is a time and money constraint. So I think it's this way. I don't think it matters, but I think it's going to be this way. There's not that many hundred. Actually, this was $180, I think. I can't afford that many kits. Like one a week, I can't afford that. Let's see, BA3 should be these again. I wish I could. I would love to stream once a week for 2026. I can't believe we're talking about that already. But for 2026, I want to try. So this year, I've managed to put out one video series, build series per month. I believe I will be able to do that this year. Either a build series or a stream of a kit. So I feature one kit a month for this year. And all but the January kit was a Tamiya kit. First one in January was a Kyosho, actually. It was the Rampage Outlaw or Outlaw Rampage Pro. I've had that kit for almost a year before I built that. Just decided it was time to put it together. And it was something I already had, so something I could just pick up and start. So next is going to be, I'm going to guess it's going to be these 4 screws right here. Silver screws. And BA8, I think it's going to be these little aluminum standoffs. That's what it looks like. Yep. So this is the wheelie bar. And I'm glad the materials looks pretty strong. So it's going to go like that. Am I doing something wrong here? It looks kind of odd. Let's see. So it's supposed to be like this. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It looks kind of weird to me. I don't know why. Looks kind of weird to me that there's these standoffs. Actually, this makes it kind of tough to do. Okay. Makes it pretty tough to show you also. Okay, there we go. I got 2. Okay. Yeah, this is odd. This is very strange. How am I supposed to hold this? How am I supposed to get this in there? Let me think. Alright, with all these floppy arms, I'm sure I can get this one. How am I going to get that bottom one? Oh, this is not Tamiya's best work here. Or maybe the problem is me, who knows? Let's see. It's funny, I get stumped by this part. Have you guys built any interesting kits this year? I've built, I think, 10 so far. I think this would be the 10th one, I think, this year. And I'd have to say, I built some good ones and I built some bad ones. Like I said, they're mostly, all except one was Tamiya. And I would have to say, looking back, one of the worst kits I built. I can tell you the worst because that's easy. The worst kit I built this year, hands down, was the TRF 104 kit. I honestly think that kit is unfinished by Tamiya. I mean, it is just not polished. And it's just weird. Maybe I'm not used to building F1 chassis, but I've already built the F104, so it's not like my first F1. I learned about all the weird suspension elements, so it wasn't like caught off guard or anything. It's just the way the kit was put together that I just did not like. And again, I'm being challenged here. I think I'm going to take this one off. Actually, you know what? It'd be easier if I just took this pin off. I think it'll be easier. I'll just put this back on after I get this. At least there's no grease on it, so it makes life easy. Okay, this stream is gonna be stumped by a wheelie bar standoff here. I can't believe it here. All right, I got it. Tamiya make great kits. Fit and finish is always excellent. But I can't say that the design of them are the best, obviously. Obviously, Tamiya kit's more for the hobbyist rather than you know, racing purists. I don't think anybody who's actually into competitive racing would ever consider a Tamiya kit unless you're racing against other Tamiya kits. But the TRF 104, I think, is actually pretty competitive. Actually, I take that back. Some of the kits are okay. I think the TRF 104 can be competitive. Of course, there's if you're racing a TTO2 class, you can only use the TTO2. You're racing in the Euro truck, you can only use the TTO1 Euro trucks. So obviously, Tamiya would be competitive there because that's all you're racing against. But in terms of buggies, touring cars, even if you took a $400 Tamiya buggy, I forgot what it's called, maybe Astute, is that what it's called? You would still get slaughtered by, plain old team associated like a B6 or B7, B74. You would get slaughtered, but that's neither here nor there. I don't think anybody watching this stream wants to hear that. Okay, put some screws here, put some grease here. But Tamiya classes are a lot of fun. Tamiya Championship Series every year, several times a year. It's a great series all around the country that they put on. And there are many classes there. I think there's like 4 touring classes. I mean, don't count the M chassis separate. That, but there we go. So that's that. I think we're done with step 3 finally. That took way too long. All right, we need to speed this up a little bit, pick up the pace. Let's get over to step 4. And here's that bearing. Let's find this first, B4. This right here. So where is everybody having Thanksgiving dinner today? I am usually celebrating at home, but this year I believe we're going to a restaurant. There are more relatives this year, and I think the decision was made that it would be a lot easier for whoever the host may have been to just not have to cook. So kind of breaks the tradition, but as long as you're with family, doesn't really matter. I'm happy to do so, but I would definitely prefer carving turkey at home. Let's see. So we got the ball bearings instead of using these plastic bushings. I did purchase these separate, so just in case you're watching this later on, I'm going to push this in. There we go. And I'm going to have the ball bearing here. And one of these like that. Okay, same on the other side. Actually, we do need to put a little bit of grease here. Where do you guys buy your RC stuff? Do you buy on AMain? Do you buy on Amazon, eBay? Or do you go to Hobby Shop? I try to buy most of the kits at the Hobby Shop, even though I just bought 2 online. The rest of them, I think I bought them all at a Hobby Shop. This was just kind of, you know, Black Friday specials that were such a good deal that I couldn't pass it up. I forgot to put the O-ring in here. Let's see. And then electronics, depending on what it is, I think I bought, transmitter receiver. I mean, the last transmitter receiver was the was a SAMWA. I got that at the Hobby Shop. But some of the ones, like the one I'm using today, this is a Turbo RC. It's a few years old now. I think I got this on eBay. It was like $20, less than $25 a few years ago. I just built so many kits. I can't afford to buy a $80-$100 transmitter. I mean, a receiver every single kit. So I do have to buy something that comes with relatively affordable receivers. For example, this Fly Sky. This Fly Sky transmitter. This receiver is $15 on AMain, actually. So I think that's it. That's it for this one. I think I got this, and now let's put that on. We need the other pin. And so for this, it's not really a trick, it's just my preference how I do this. I usually pin this in at the bottom first. So the shorter side's on the bottom, so I usually pin this in at the bottom first. And then makes it a little bit easier to put in the dog bone and then tie it up top. And then ESC combos, I usually buy an AMain or I don't remember. I think the last one I bought at the Hobby Shop, but Hobby Wing combos I usually use for most stock racing applications. I use the Just Stock, Hobby Wing Just Stock, ESC, and either 17.5, 21.5, or even 25.5. And I did see a deal on AMain, I think earlier this week. The combo was only going for $109, which is kind of pre-tariff price. After the tariffs kicked in, everything went up by like $50. And this was still selling at the pre-tariff price, which I was pretty happy about. And I did forget to put a little bit of grease there. I can do that real quick. Alright. Where's everybody celebrating their Thanksgiving today? At home, at a relative's house, friend's house, or like me, you're going to be in a restaurant. And are you going to do any Black Friday shopping in person? I don't believe I am. I spoke to a hobby shop owner last weekend, or the weekend before. I think it was the weekend before. And I asked him if he's going to have any Black Friday sale. And he basically told me that he tries to match what the distributors are sales that they're having. Like, for example, Horizon Hobby. If they're having a sale, or Traxxas, they're having a sale, and somebody tries to match it. The problem is the stock he has in his store, he bought it at non-Black Friday sales, non-Black Friday prices. So he would be losing money. He wouldn't be able to replace it. At the Black Friday sale prices. So when you think about replacement costs, he would have to buy it at regular price. So he would lose money, basically, is what I'm saying. And that's what he was trying to tell me. That he doesn't really have Black Friday sales for that reason. Which is kind of, everybody does it nowadays. Everybody has their own online store. Even Tamiya has their own online store. Tamiya does tend to sell at a MSRP, full MSRP, which is usually higher than what A-Main can sell it at, or what your local hobby shop sells it at. But then yesterday, their Black Friday sale, the CCO2 was $150. I couldn't believe it. So no, I don't think hobby shop would match that at all. That would be insane for them to match it. And Tamiya USA does have these sales sometimes. I've never caught one. I've always seen like after the fact and it's already sold out. But yesterday I was just sitting there and I got the email and I clicked the link and I looked at it. I was like, huh. If I go back to the site Black Friday page today, and I'll leave it in the link in the description. If I go back to the page today and there's a CCO1 Defender. If that's still there today, I might pick that up as well. Because I'm going to build it anyway. I'm going to build it probably next year on either on stream or make a build series out of it. I'll build it. Alright, let's see. Okay, that's already on. Okay, so this is centered. Excuse me. Like I said, I will build it sooner or later. So, buying kit for me is not much for hobby. It's more for content creation. So it makes sense for me to buy it. I'm going to guess this is going to be a Futaba. Yep. It says Futaba on Sanwa. Yeah. So having random thoughts. Same with the receiver. I have to buy really cheap bulk servos. I only spend money on like better servos for something I'm going to actually race with. Even then, I try to buy kind of the mid-range bang for the buck servos as well. For racing applications, I usually use the Power Hobby R12D. I forgot what it is. That's my go-to servo for touring car racing, even for buggies. If I was ever going to go back to 110 off-road, I would still use that servo. I wouldn't use it for a crawler, obviously. I haven't built a crawler in a while, but I will be soon with the CC02. Well, not really a true crawler. I would say that's more of a trail truck, if anything. But, you know, you live by Tamiya, you die by Tamiya. I think it's going to be this piece right here. I'm not even looking at the numbers. I'm just guessing because of what it looks like. Okay. I'm thinking, did I miss anything? No. Okay. Okay, we're going to need bag B, and I have some leftover screws there for some reason. Let's hope I didn't forget anything. Okay, so let's grab bag B. How are we doing on time? 8 o'clock. So we're 1 hour in. I think we're doing okay time-wise. Okay. What's interesting about this kit is it actually has real tie rods, unlike the TT02, and actually has real dampers, unlike the TT02. I think the TT02 needs to be updated. I know there's TT02R that exists. I wish they just made the TT02R come with the body, or all the TT02 kits just become the TT02R. I think in this day and age, I think oil dampers is pretty much kind of the standard, I think, minimum that you should have. But hey, I mean, it keeps it under $120, I think. I think it's okay, but you know, they say that Tamiya is not an RC company. It's not a model company. Tamiya is a hop-up company. I think they make the most money on hop-ups. That's true for me, at least. I mean, I spent so much money on hop-ups over the years. But you can say that about Traxxas as well. I mean, Traxxas, like the Slash, is not very good out of the box. And even if you spent a whole bunch of money on it, it would still not be like terribly wonderful. So let's grab this B2 right here. I talk trash about Traxxas, but I always say that if I can only have one RC car for the rest of my life, that it would be a Traxxas Slash. God forbid, right? A Tamiya channel says good things about Traxxas. Oh my God. I mean, I say that for a reason, though. I think the Traxxas slash, I mean, never mind Tamiya. This is not the right screw. Kind of misled me there. I should have just tested my own screws. Okay, let's grab, oops, I need those back. The slash is just so volatile. That's what I'm looking for. Versatile. Almost said volatile. That too. It's versatile. You can do so much with it with a slash. You can make it into a relatively competitive short course truck. You can race with it. You can build it up to a kind of a monster truck feel. You can lower it all the way down to the ground and turn it into a drag car. There's just so much you can do with it. And there's so many parts. I mean, there you have so many aftermarket parts. I mean, the darn thing's been around for like how many, I forgot how many years. But more than 10 years. I want to say more than 10 years. Probably like closer to 15 years. The Slash has been out. And the best part about the Slash is you can buy a used one as long as it's in like decent shape. It really hasn't changed much. So you can buy one from like 10 years ago and you can still slap on parts you find today on it. It really hasn't changed much. I mean, I bought a Slash. This is a while ago. This is like 2017, maybe 8 years ago. For $100 off a lady who son grew up, moved out of the house, and on all these things in the garage, and she just wanted to sell it, and so I picked one up for $100. I ended up selling to a friend for $100. I didn't want to make any money off my friend, but yeah, you can fix those up. So we're gonna move on here. I think I'm done here. You just have to make sure the servo horn is kind of straight up and down, and I think I can adjust that here. I need to, yeah, that's pretty close, so I'll just leave that alone. Okay, so let's put that aside. So I already have my shaft pliers, and if I remember correctly, these will go in by hand. I'm not getting a terribly talkative bunch today. I'm not getting a lot of viewers today either. I think a combination of I haven't been consistently streaming. I've also it is also Thanksgiving morning. It's quite early. I don't expect everybody to be up, but I also didn't want to be Thanksgiving afternoon kind of eating into anybody's family time. I thought about doing it last night, Thanksgiving Eve, or even Black Friday tomorrow, but I decided to go with today, right now. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna build the kit anyway. I'm gonna make a video anyway, so doing it live is kind of fun. It's challenging for me. So 35, oops, I over tightened it. 35, I need to loosen this back up. That's my fault for not paying attention. For this kit, I'm not going to break out the caliper and measure. I'm just going to eyeball it. I think this side can be a little bit looser. This is not a race car, and we're not building anything super precise. So our eyes are good enough. Like I said, Tamiya manuals are built to scale. I mean, printed to scale. So you can just use that as your guide. All right. And this tool I got off of the kit. They sell them. It doesn't look like this, but there are these rod end wrenches that I've seen. I'm sure if you type in rod end wrench on AMain, you'll find something. Okay. There we go. Let's see how this one is. Need to turn this out a little bit. I think half a turn either direction. Yeah, we're so close. Let's see, I'm going to do this side. Okay, there we go. So we got 2 of those. Going to snap that on, but let me mount it first. So if this is more than 8 millimeters, these pieces will be backwards. I guess I do need to measure. Let's take a look if this is, where are we talking about? The top of this to the bottom of that. Is it 8 millimeters? It's kind of hard to say. I think this is going to be closer to, I think it's going to be more than 8 millimeters. So I'm going to have to put the mounts like that. Let's find those, L14. Is it something I already have here? No, let's see. Okay, I need some help looking for this one. So let's look at the back of the manual and see what the L tree looks like. The L tree is this one, and oh wait, no, this is L. L is this one. Oh, okay, it's part of the okay. There it is. So these are actually two trees, apparently. So this is L, and this is N. I don't know why they do that. So it's that piece right there. That's why I couldn't find it. Okay, there's that. And that's how you use the manual if you ever can't find something, which happens a lot for me. That's how the manual can help you. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to have this. So this part, I'm going to have it faced away from the servo. So let's see. So this way, and so we're going to be like that. I'm going to use BA3 again. It's going to be this screw. This one's a little bit longer. Let me put it over there. Okay. I think we can do this in 3 hours. I'm pretty sure we can build this kit in 3 hours. I looked through the manual. I don't think we're that far off. It's a really straightforward kit. That's why I picked this. We're not close to done by any means, but I don't think we're definitely not in the home stretch, but we're probably close to midway already. There isn't that much. Oops, I forgot the washer. As long as I don't make mistakes like that all the time. See, we have probably not halfway. We don't need to do this. So we have 26, so we'll just say 26 steps. And we're at 7, so maybe, yeah, we're not halfway. Let me take these off though. I'm gonna put that washer on. I was wrong, we're not halfway. But I think we're doing fine though in terms of time. It is 8:12 right now. This stream will not go to 12. I don't think I can handle going into 12. I think I would starve. I found out that I cannot fast very well. I get terribly sick. Whenever I kind of skip a meal, I start feeling terrible. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I'm not staying hydrated, which I don't think is the case. Drink a lot of fluids. Maybe I just need to tough it out and get used to it, but I don't know. It's just a terrible feeling. Kind of just discourages me from fasting. I don't know how people do it, to be honest. There we go. Let's snap these links on. Don't think it matters. I cannot do this to save my life. Something about these I'm sure it's not even that hard for some people. I just struggle a lot with kind of thumb strength. I guess I don't know. Maybe I've hurt my thumb many times, especially as a youth. Maybe over the years it just kind of got worse and worse, arthritis or whatnot. But I just don't have much thumb strength. So we're done. So let's find this big chassis piece. All right, let's see. D1 is right there. Should be this top one. And if you're watching this in the future, leave a comment and let me know where you're watching from. Always curious, always wonder, and I think that's the awesome thing about the internet and streaming, that you can get people watching from pretty much anywhere in the world. Let's see, where does this match up? It lines up. Oh, these two holes. So that hole and this right here will match up with these two holes. That's where it goes. Yeah, it should be like that. Is that realistic? Yeah. Hope I didn't build this wrong. It looks the same. Let's see. It's this way. I think I put these on incorrectly. Let's see. Yeah, I put these on incorrectly. Should be the other side. That is my bad. See, once again, I said in the very beginning that I make mistakes all the time. And it's okay. Like Bob Ross says, they're just happy little accidents. But unlike painting, you can't fudge it and make it turn into something else. The manual is pretty precise. You can only really build these things in one way. That's the only difference. That's not like Bob Ross painting. There's some interesting things about Bob Ross. You can watch a documentary on his life, but it's very interesting. He was actually a drill sergeant, and he was actually a really tough guy. You know, being a drill sergeant, you have to, you know, yell at everybody. And then when he retired from the military, he decided to do something completely different. Didn't want to yell anymore. So he became this prolific painter. And from what I understand, none of his paintings are on sale or for sale. His family, or whoever the conservators of his estate, decided to not sell a single one of his paintings. They can probably make a pretty good profit from it, I think. Just based on Bob Ross's popularity over the years, kind of cult status. But they don't want to. They don't want to turn his paintings into. Oh, I put it through the wrong one. That's why it won't move. Into a commercial enterprise. I believe there's a museum somewhere that has all the paintings, and they kind of just manage it, which is great. I'm sure that's something that Bob would have wanted, to keep his paintings for the public rather than have it in somebody's house. But maybe in 100 years, his paintings will make it out, and he'll be, this very collectible artist. We shall see. Actually, I will not see. I'll be gone by then. But you never know. One of the reasons why I enjoy making these videos and streaming and whatnot, it's kind of a historic record of me. So if I ever have any grandkids, I'm not that old yet, but if I ever have any grandkids, they can watch me well after I'm gone. And even great-grandkids, or even people in the distant future, can watch my videos. I mean, the TTO2 is already how many years old? Like 2013, like 12 years old, I think. I'm sure they're going to just keep making it regardless. Even if they come up with a TTO3, there'll still be TTO2s everywhere. I don't know how to do this. So I need a magnetic screwdriver. Let's see. This is a lot more challenging than I thought it would be. Just this part in particular. Yeah, that's not working. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the TTO2, even if they come out with the TTO3, I think the TTO2 would still be around, just like the TTO1 is still around. They still make kits. Not just the Euro Truck, they make kits. Touring car kits. But the TTO1, I'm not a big fan of the TTO1. Mainly because of how the gearbox comes together. It's just awkward. I think the top-down design the covers of the TTO2 is much better design. The TTO1, you have to tilt it up like this. I mean, the gears can fall out. It's kind of weird. Not as easy to work on as a TTO2. Let's grab the other side. I think we've slowed down significantly since the first hour. And I am starting to have doubts about how long this will take. But we still got 2 hours to go. Or 1.5 hours to go. So we're not there yet. Not panic time yet. I'd like to finish by 10, but we don't have to. I don't have any immediate plans. I just want to not get into people's Thanksgiving activities like watching football. And these two, so it's this way, and 3 screws, 1 here, and 2, 1 here, and 1 down there, and 1 up here somewhere, yeah, right there, PA3. And we're still on bag B, right? Oh, it's this bag. I was like, are we short screws? I thought we were missing a bunch of screws. That has happened to me before, but it was probably my own fault. I think only one time of the many, many Tamiya kits I've built that there was short screws. You know what? I don't even want these on the table here. I hate these things. And just get rid of these. They're going straight into the trash can. Okay, so PA3. Grab these. Plastic bushings are embarrassment. Seriously, I don't think they should exist. Shame on Tamiya for giving people such subpar materials, parts to work with. I mean, if you put those things in there and you don't know better, yeah, I think ball bearings should be standard, especially for something like the TT02. Such a popular kit, and that's why I think, like I said earlier in the stream, that all the TT02 kits should be TT02Rs, or just start putting out TT02R kits with bodies. That would be wonderful. You know, make it a little bit more expensive, maybe another $20 or something, whatnot. Just have it come with ball bearings and just make it a little bit more roadworthy, I guess is the word. I don't even want to say competitive, because even the TT02R is not competitive relative to anything else. The only thing that's remotely close to competitive is the SRX, but even that, I mean, I have the TA08, and I think that's a good starting point for if you wanted to race in touring car classes, and you are racing, it's an open class that anybody can, you know, you can use anything. You're likely to race against like anything. You might race against a Mugen, you might race against, I don't think you'll race against Awesome Matrix, but you never know. You probably race against a Yokomo, and things like that. And you're just gonna get slaughtered if you put in a TT02, even the SRX. But if you have a TA08, you know, TA07, I don't think you're gonna win unless you're just a superior driver and everybody else sucks. But yeah, at least, you know, make a good showing of it. How many screws? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now this piece, EA3, F3. That's just the truth. I can't believe how warm it is with these lights on. I have 2 LED desk lights on right above the camera, and it turns this room into a sauna. I have to turn on the fan, which would probably kick up my allergies, but we'll see what happens. And this piece is like this, I believe. And I think it's like this. It lines up, and a bunch of BA3s. Yep. When I build these kits on video, I try not to use power tools, electric screwdriver or anything like that, just in case. You know, I want to show that it's possible to just use hand tools. Most of these kits, unless I'm building something that's a larger kit that has a lot of screws, I'm not going to use a electric screwdriver because not everybody has one. Even though this particular, these 4 screws would have benefited greatly with a electric screwdriver. And you don't need to get anything expensive. This is the one I mainly use. This is from Harbor Freight. I think it was like $10. Warrior brand. It's very common. You can see it. You go to the tool section, you'll see it. I believe it's in a blister pack. It's not in a box or anything. Probably just hanging there, if I remember correctly. And Harbor Freight has sales all the time. You might be able to get it for under $10. Alright, let's do the front. So we need N4 and N1. See, as soon as I turn on the fan, 4 and 1 is going to be these 2. I know the next step I'm going to need N6, so I'm just going to cut it out right now. Save some time. And right, there we go. Okay, so it's going to be like this, and then like this for this side. It's going to be like that. BA3 again. If you're watching this in the future and you're building this kit or this chassis, you could be, I think all 4 comical buggies are the same chassis. 2 of them are more expensive. I think the Hot Shot and the, I forgot which other one it was, a little bit more expensive. But I think the chassis is the same. curious which one you're building, first of all, and why you chose a comical kit instead of a regular, I don't know, regular buggy. I know the look of the buggy is a big, like, preference on why people pick certain. I mean, Tamiya has a lot of buggies, and some might look a little bit more futuristic. Some might look, cooler than others, depending on your preference. The comical ones, kind of neat. You would think they were kind of like more entry level kits, but they're not, apparently. Kind of surprised. I thought this was going to be really a dumbed down kit. In some ways it is. I mean, the gearbox is pre-assembled, but in other ways, like the body, like I mentioned in the beginning, like the body is not plastic. Never mind pre-paint, it's not plastic. I really think this should have been a plastic body, just like the Grasshopper. So when you're doing this, make sure you're screwing these ball studs in the correct hole. There we go. And we're going to repeat for very similar to the rear suspension. We're going to put those on, and it should be right here. And this is a rear wheel drive buggy, so there's no drive cups in the rear. It's just going to be that and that. And we're going to use this U-shaped shaft to put this on. Always very interesting to see these. See these occasionally. And just shove that all the way in. And then there's going to be a piece right here that holds it. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And then this, again, is going to be like that. And it's going to be these step screws. I think it's going to go behind. Occasionally I get comments on my videos, something like, hey, I'm glad I found this video. It's my first kit. Things like that. That's wonderful. I think that's a big reason why I make these videos and stream. I think the more people get into the hobby, the better. This is kind of a childhood hobby that I came back to as an adult. So if I can help anybody, a child or a teenager or an adult or even somebody a little bit more elderly, get into this hobby, that would be wonderful. Again, like I said, this is also my legacy, right? This is something my grandkids and great-grandkids can watch, 10, 20 years from now. They get to hear my voice and do stuff and teach them something. I hoping I'm not going to do a face reveal, but I'm hoping they'll have a picture of me to show. Unlike my own grandparents that I don't get to see. I only saw there. I have a grandfather that I never met in person. Passed away before I was born, and there was only like one picture of him. So, you know, I think there's a lot more picture of me. I don't think I need to be on video. That's neither here or there related to this kit. So let's move on to this step right there. Let's do the front uprights. So we're going to need this. We're going to need the C-hubs. They should be the same. Yeah, they're identical. B9, B9, yep. Just make sure. So far, are you enjoying this kit? Are you having any difficulty? If you're having any difficulty, you can always leave a comment. I do read the comments. I may not respond to every single one. Sometimes it's just not possible. Like sometimes I get a comment asks me a question about a kit I built like 5 years ago, and I have no idea. I don't remember. That was 5 years ago. But I try. I want to put this on later. I'm going to do the... Oh no, this is captured. Let's see. I was going to put this on the C-hub first, but I think it's captured. Okay, so put this pin here. And put this on here. I'm glad this is more of a, I don't want to say beginner kit, but like more of a, yeah, like it's a beginner kit, more beginner kit. Pretty much all the parts are the same. There's the same screws. Ball sets are the same. Built something a little bit more race oriented, like the TRF 104. Everything, there's going to be a lot more variety. Like even these ball studs might have like 3 different sizes, and you really have to pay attention. That's not the case today. So I don't know if you can see that profile, but that's going to be on top. So it's going to be like this, and we're just going to use these kingpins. There and there. Again, the thing with these kingpins is to not over tighten them. You want to make sure your axle can turn so you can steer. So I have a good range of motion. It's not too stiff. So I think that's that. I put the ball stud on, yes. Bearings in there. I greased it, so this one is done. That one's the right one. R. Now let's build this one. Just have to make sure we line up which side is up. It's the important thing. So there we go. Here it is. Like that. And then the C-hub. Again, the profile, make sure that side is up. Put the ball stud before I finish the step. Put that on there. And this. The way RC cars come together is pretty similar. You know, with Tamiya, they're pretty much all very similar. Even with other brands, I mean, the hubs look the same for pretty much anything. The C hub, the axle, how it comes together, where the bearings are, it's usually, I haven't seen any manufacturers do anything completely different than everybody else. So let's bring that back, and I need to put on the ball stud like I said I would. So this is going to be here on top. Like that. And go here. I'm going to lock it in with this pin. This is upside down. So, yeah, so this is like this. This arm falls down onto that with a step screw, like that. I don't know if it comes through the camera, but you can see it's two different plastic materials. So this one, matte finish, and this is polished. I think this is a little bit more flexible, while this one is a little bit more kind of hard plastic. It would make sense. You know, you want your suspension arms to have a little bit of flexibility so it doesn't snap. All right. Let's see if I can get this. Hope I didn't do that incorrectly. There's that piece right there. Okay, and then now here. Thanksgiving today. Happy Thanksgiving. If you're watching, it's Thanksgiving 2025. Did this year go by very quickly? For me, really, actually, I think this year didn't feel as fast as some of the COVID years, some of the pandemic years. Felt like those went on really fast. Probably because you were home all the time. Alright. It's a weird angle, but I guess if it looks right, it's correct. That's a really weird angle for this steering rod right there, but I don't think it's incorrect. I can't do this by hand. All right. Let's grab this front piece, M8. Let's see where that is. It should be this, it should be that piece right there, I think. All right. There we go. I hope I can stream more often again and kind of rebuild up my audience. I really enjoyed streaming. It's just time and kind of the mostly time constraints. And some kits are not practical to build online. Build live. Like the TRF 104, there's no way I would have built that thing in one stream. I think it was just too complicated. But the F104 I managed to build on stream, and that was fun actually. It was challenging, but it was fun. Okay, so we're done with that. Now we're going to get to the dampers. Tamiya, come on now. Every kit should come with oil-filled dampers rather than those spring friction dampers. I mean, these are great. I mean, this is a relatively beginner-friendly, kind of low-cost. No, this is not low-cost. It's actually kind of pricey for what it is. But for a beginner-friendly kit, this is nice to have oil-filled dampers. You would think a comical kit would just have, friction dampers, but it has actual pistons and even has the seal quite impressed. Again, quite impressed with what this kit is. Okay, so let's grab one of these bodies, and we're going to be doing this 4 times. So let me just make one, and then I'll just repeat. This is where I would make one and then fast forward the other 3. But I don't have that luxury today. So we're going to throw these 2 in here. And we're also going to put a little bit of this damper oil onto these 2 O-rings. Like that. And then we're going to put on the cap. This one. We're going to need this as well. Okay. So let's close up the bottom. This damper is the same as dampers you find in a more expensive kit, except for the pistons. But it's pretty close. So these pistons would actually be 2 pieces. It would have the shaft and then have a plastic piston with different holes that you can choose from, at least on the racing kits. So I'm going to push this through. And I'm going to put a little bit of grease after I find V3. I think V3 is pretty much a pretension. Spacer. You see, those are the pistons I'm talking about. So on kits that are, I guess, more expensive, the shaft would be 1 piece, and then the pistons would go on with usually 2 E-clips. That's a little bit challenging. I think that would be a little bit too much for this kit. Let's see. So the rear is going to be with this pretension spacer, and it's going to have V1 in it. So V1 is this one. And I have to remember to why would I put that there? I'll put the grease on after I put this together, because I don't want the grease to get all over the place. Okay, so let's twist this on. And then put a little bit of damper oil there. I do have a shock stand if I need it, but I don't know if I need it. All right, let's do the rest real quick. Let me just cut them all out. Again, this is where I would fast forward, time lapse this part. But since we're doing a live, I can't do that. guess if I was trying to be more efficient, I would cut these before the stream started. So let's toss these. Cut all of these out. So it's going to turn 9 o'clock right now. So we've been at this for about 2 hours. And I don't think we're still halfway through yet. So we'll see how it goes. This may go beyond 3 hours. I'm going to make one of the same ones first, which is going to be the rear. So a little bit of this dab of oil. Basically what it's doing is, in the long run, prevent these O-rings from drying out and cracking, and thus making the damper leak. That's the purpose, in case you were curious. I've had dampers leak more than once. I've had dampers completely blow out on, that was probably a short course truck or a monster truck. I don't think I've had one blow out on a touring car before, but it does happen. I think it happened on a crawler also. I think it was like an axial or something. That's back when I was still kind of open to everything, all kinds of RC cars. I think in the last few years I kind of settled into on-road. But I'm building a buggy right now, so that doesn't make sense. But there we are. Oh, a little bit of grease. Damper oil right here. And then same thing. I don't know if you pay attention to my channel, but I don't drive a whole bunch of these kits. I usually only build them, and that's the part I enjoy the most. I enjoy building them a lot more than I enjoy driving them. That wasn't the case when I was young. But over the years, I think my hand-eye coordination just hasn't been as good as it used to be, so driving has become less enjoyable. Fortunately, I still have my dexterity to build kits, so I'm enjoying that. In case you're wondering how old I am, I'm in my early 50s, but I feel a lot older than I am. And I am a little bit curious why there are 2 more here. I hope I didn't forget to put, no, I probably did. Let me just double check. Sometimes there are extras, but sometimes there shouldn't be. Well, we'll see. If you're watching this and you caught that I did forget a couple washers, please let me know in the comments. I might go back and watch the VOD and see if I forgot, because it's kind of odd there are extra O-rings there. And now we're going to I should have put on the things first. And it is the small, yeah, it is the small one. How is everybody doing if you're watching? Feel free to say hi in the chat. And if you want to share where you're watching from, that would be great. I would love to know. I used to get, I think it depends on the time of day when I stream. I used to get viewers from East Coast and also, of course, in the UK. I think I can't remember what country it was, but you know, some other European countries. But always enjoy that. Meet other people. I don't have the. Let me see. Let's see. I should have been prepared for this, but I am not. I am looking. Oh, here it is. I'm just going to build this real quick. This is my shock stand from ProTech. I've had this for several years now. Quite useful for situations like this. Let's see. I'm going to need the bigger holes on top. Okay. This is not like a precision product or anything. It's pretty easy and casual to put together. There we go. The drawer always falls out, so I'm not going to put that on. But this will help me hold these dampers while I put in the damper oil. And I'm going to fill them up and then give them a few pumps. Then we're supposed to wait about 20 minutes, but I think it'll be fine. Let's see if... I always look at these bottles and say, there's no way this bottle can fill up all these dampers. But somehow they always do. And I believe this color damper oil is... I think this is soft. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've had a set of Tamiya damper oils, different colors. Okay, so I'm just going to give them a few pumps. Get all the air bubbles out. You can see the air bubbles, right? And that's why you're supposed to kind of let these kind of sit here for 20 minutes and let the air bubbles escape. At least that's the theory, and at least in racing applications where the dampers are very precise and very important. That would be the case, and I would definitely do that for another kit. But I'm not going to do that here. I'm just going to go ahead and assemble these right away. I'm not going to wait 20 minutes. Okay. I'm just impressed these are oil-filled dampers to begin with for a comical buggy kit. But anyway, that's what the stand would be for, because you do have to let it sit there for 20 minutes. You can't really hold them. I mean, I can keep going on another step while I wait, but I'd rather just keep going. I would not be putting this buggy on a track and race around and try to beat it up anyway, so I don't think it's as important. There's a good chance I will be selling this kit. So if you ever do buy used RC kits, make sure before you put it on the ground you give it a good inspection. Make sure the screws are tight, the damper oils is there. Sometimes these kits don't even have damper oil in them. So let's grab this perch. And it looks like for the rear dampers, I'm going to need... oh, that's the pretensioner. That's just... this is a limiter. That's what it is. Yeah. So it limits the travel of the damper. That's not the pretensioner. So with that spacer there, this damper can't compress as far. I don't know if you can see that. So I was calling it the wrong thing. Yeah. So this perch goes in like that and comes together just like this. And then we need this V6 pretension. So this one. There's one rear damper, and here's the other one. It's pretty cool that it has oil-filled dampers, to be honest. Thanks for everybody who is watching right now. Welcome to the stream. Are you guys Tamiya fans, or are you just curious, looking for something to do on a Thanksgiving morning? Either way, welcome. Thanks for watching. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. We are building the Tamiya Comical Grasshopper kit. And we're up, now I think we're about halfway done. We're in step 15. I think this kit is 28 steps, so we're right there. This one. I haven't taken a break yet. A restroom break. I might need to do that very soon. Alrighty. It's all the same. Just compress the spring slip in the perch and then the pre-tensioner. And grab the last one. I am by no means like speed running through this. I'm just kind of building it at a regular pace. I guess I could like kind of speed run it a little bit more, but I don't know. What's the point of rushing? Not really in a hurry. We're not going for a world record or anything. Not going to make the kit better or run faster or anything like that. So this is the rear side. So this is going to be here. So these two have that spacer in there. It limits the travel of the damper. And I am able to snap these on by hand. Thank goodness. Oh, I'm so close. Oh, brother. Let's look at my finger. Maybe I should do the bottom first. Let's try that instead. Okay, let's see. Keeps wanting to spin. Let's see. Ouch. Oh, you know why? I know why. Because I overspun this and it's sticking through it a little bit. That's why. Let me try a different one real quick. I kind of did it here as well, so let me just take this apart real quick. I just need to back out that bottom a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Put the spring back in. That's why I wouldn't go in. I was wondering why. Just kept spinning. Wow, that's difficult. Okay, I'm done. Whew. Okay. All right, let me do the same for this one. Whew. Just need to back this up a little bit. It was kind of piercing through and kind of obstructing the ball stud. There we go. Let's do the bottom. Okay, we managed to do those two. Set that aside. Just grab the front and just, I didn't do it. I kind of did it for this one as well. Let me back this one out. Okay. Whew. Okay, so I should be here. And here. And this one I think is okay. Oh man, okay, there we go. Got all four in. All right, let's move on to step D. Okay, so let's bring those two parts together. So here is the back end, here is the front end, and we're going to connect these now. So let's see, where do these line up? So these four are going to line up with here, here, and here. I think, yeah, it's pretty obvious. This is going to be like that. And of course, this bottom one is right there. Okay. And it's going to be 4 screws on both sides. I think it's going to go better this way. Okay. Let me just try to grab one. I think one will hold the pieces together so I can get the rest of them. There's one. And I think this one's also lined up pretty good. Now we can do the rest. I wish this was magnetic, really. I mean, I can make it magnetic, it's just, I wish it came magnetic. Okay. 4. And again, this is where I would use an electric screwdriver if I was just building this for myself. Am I short screws again? Oh, because I didn't open bag D. Oh, that happens a lot. No, I was like, why is there 2 more springs? This for the front bumper. Kind of scared me for a second. There's more dampers. Alrighty, let's make sure I'm more or less using the correct screws. I hope I was using the correct screws. Let's see. BA3, so that's a little bit longer. That's a little bit shorter. So maybe it's in this bag. We shall see. Yes, so that's 1, 2. How many do we need? We just need 2 on this side. Actually, it has me a little bit concerned. I should take out those other screws and just make sure. If I feel any... Actually, I don't feel any tension, so I don't think they're extra long or anything. Pretty neat. This kind of does look like a grasshopper, doesn't it? You know what? This chassis is a lot more substantial than I was expecting. I mean, it's pretty hefty and it's pretty. It's got some weight to it, which is really good. Let me try to tidy up a little bit. There we go. I think very close to the end because it's already bag D. There is no bag E, so we're near the end, which is great. Still a lot of screws left though. Okay, so we're right here, rear body mounts already. Okay. So we don't have any lights, so we're not going to worry about that right now. Pretty neat that it could have lights though. So let's see. We need to assemble this and then put it on here. Actually, both of these pieces go on this piece and then go on. Okay, so let's build these two first. Alrighty. L1 and L10. Let's find those. L1's right here. L10. Okay. And looks like it's going to go on like this. Correct? Yeah, so yeah, it goes on like that. Kind of slips in there completely, and we're going to need this tiny screw. Let's see, it's going to be that screw. Button head, kind of small. I think I see it. No. That's not it. Not a tapping screw. No, that's a lot smaller. Is it this one? Yes. Okay, I think I'm going to need the smaller driver head. This is a lot more difficult than I was anticipating. I was really thinking a comical kit would be kind of like 5 pieces and you bolt it together and that's it. But boy, was I wrong. This is quite involved. Let's see. So this one. And I will probably take a bathroom break after this step right here. It will be brief, but I think it will be necessary. If we were close to the end, I would try to tough it out, but I don't think we are that close. So no reason to sit here uncomfortable. Let's find this, L4 and L5. Guessing it's going to be these two. Yep. Okay. So let's see. Got this. And we have this. And this goes unnecessarily complicated, but it goes like that with a washer, and then this goes like this, and I'm going to put this on first, so this is going to be the back side. And it's going to be this long screw BD6. Let me find that. I think it's going to be that one. And I'm going to do the top first, and that's going to go here. Okay. That's a lot of screws. See, that step isn't all that beginner friendly, was it? That took quite a bit of figuring out. BD6 should be these larger washers. Should be this one, if I can get this out. Okay, so this needs to be right there. There we go. So it's about 9:30 right now. I think I want to put in a light kit. That would be pretty neat. I don't know about putting in a $30, $40 light kit. Actually, some places sell it for $50. But yeah, that'd be kind of neat. Let's grab the other side. It's gonna be this. I think the break I'm going to take is going to take less than 5 minutes. I'm just going to get a refill and use the restroom. And then I'll come right back. And then what else do we need? I think those are it. Yeah. It's going to be like this. I believe it's going to be like that. Yep. And use longer screw on top. Oh, no, wait, it's the other way. It's the other way. This way. Okay, there we go. There's two different sizes washers there. Make sure you use the right one. And there we go. And that's it. Easy peasy. Oh, it's kind of sticking. I forgot. Did I forget something? I think I forgot something. I forgot the whole light bucket thing. That's why I went through. Well, at least I figured it out. See, again, I make mistakes all the time. So don't worry if you make a mistake. And don't be afraid to build one of these kits. You can always follow along, and if you make a mistake, you can just do it again. All right. Things don't have to be perfect. The kit will probably run without it. If I had forgotten that light bucket, it will definitely run. Okay, so when I come back, it's going to be body post, going to do some chassis frames, electronics, and then the wheels. We're very, I want to say we're more than halfway now. Okay, I'll be right back after this short break. Right, I am back. Make sure I have audio. Okay, that's one of the things I always forget to do is turn the mic back on. All right, so I didn't forget this time. Let me turn off the fan, actually. Okay, let's go ahead and put these two posts on. Let's see, L6. Oh, they're the same. So I'll just take it both from this tree. I hope I didn't lose. Well, I didn't have that many viewers in the first place. So thanks for hanging in there if you're still here. Appreciate you watching. You know, I've never had like a lot of viewers to begin with. I think the most concurrent ever was like 8. So, you know, I think I know a lot of it is just me not being consistent in the streaming. And I mean, if I was streaming every night, like some of the gaming channels or gaming people do, yeah, it'd be a lot easier to build up an audience. This is a niche hobby to begin with. And I don't think a lot of people are looking for live stream builds. I mean, I can do a stream or just talk about RC, but I don't know how interesting that would be. I have seen other channels do that. They interview maybe racers or other YouTube channels, but I really don't want to do that. I don't want to jump on the podcast bandwagon. I don't think it's you know, you do what you want, but I just don't think it's all that interesting to talk to somebody who's, you know, racing and ask him about the sport or anything like that. I mean, as a YouTube video, I think that would be okay. But I think as a hour-long podcast, I think that would be a little bit kind of unnecessary, I guess would be the word. But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong on everything I'm saying right now. Let's see. L12, L3. Let's grab these two. So this is going to be these two pieces. My switch is not going to be mounted on the arm here, unfortunately. I don't have... Actually, the great thing about this kit, the best part about this kit, it came with a Tamiya ESC. But since those things are so precious, I decided not to use it. I'm just using a regular, whatever brand that is, Radio Link. You know, just as a stand-in. I really don't want to, because those, to me, ESCs are kind of expensive. I think they're like $40 right now. And I'd rather save them. So I need one screw here. PA3, right? Yep. It's interesting. I mean, this frame here, it really makes it look like a grasshopper, doesn't it? Kind of has hind legs. Okay, there's that. So this connects. How does this go? And then this piece right here, M7, I gotta find that. I wonder what that looks like because I don't see it here. M7. Is this it? Yep, M7 right there. There we go. So M7, and this goes in through here. And another BA3. I think there's audio, but if there's no audio, please say so in the chat. Or just say hi in the chat. Would love to get to know you. And there's this piece right here. It's L2. Grab that. Should be this right here. Very interesting piece. How does this go? So this goes here and here, but what's the purpose of this? Huh. Okay. Well, let's see. So this goes here like this. And this front goes up here, I believe. Yeah, it goes like this. Okay. So BA4. 1, 2. Okay, let's do these two. Why don't we do that? BA4 is going to be a little bit longer. That's not it. Okay, there's a BA4. Should we do this one? This should hold up everything. So this is kind of what I mean. I mean, this is kind of above average difficulty. I mean, this is definitely not beginner friendly. I mean, look at how many screws. Let me look at how many screws there are. And some of these are very similar looking. I mean, honestly, I think the TTO2 is easier than this. I built the TTO2 like 8 times, so I guess I shouldn't say that. BB4 back here as well. BB4. I guess you just have to be careful and be diligent about the screws. Really nothing difficult. It's just, you know, I don't think you're asking too much if you want somebody just starting out to read this manual right here and figure things out. Okay, so this is going to be BD6 up here on top. So again, a bigger screw. So that should be BD6. Okay, up top here. Correct? Yeah. And then BD7 with a washer. It's going to be the smaller washer this time. I don't know, actually normal size. Six BD7. It's going to be the shorter screw. Should be this one. Yep. Okay. Curious what this is for. No, this is the wrong screw. This is a smaller screw than, I think it's going to be one of these. BD7. That is not the right screw. Okay, I'm looking at something not correctly here. I think I keep grabbing the wrong screw. Okay, it has to be this one. I mean, let me just try this. No? So what am I doing wrong? So BD7 is a 3x8. Goes through this swing thing right here and into that hole. And all right, let's just do this together. Okay. All right, so these ones are these smaller head. I'm just going to take all these out. So I don't see anything. Ah, here we go. This is, no, but that's longer. That's the only screw that is shorter. That is not the smaller head ones. I might be losing it here. Okay. I don't know if you can see how different these are. The top is different. So I think it should be this one right here. Yes, there is tension. Now, I hope I didn't lose that washer. Like, how's anybody, like, this is their first kit. How is somebody supposed to figure that out? I mean, that's very nuanced. And how would you figure that out if this is your first kit? I don't know. Okay, but again, this is a lot like the hind leg of a grasshopper. So let's do that again. I think I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I think I got it. Let's do the other side. Same thing. You know what? I can probably assemble it before I slap it on there. So let me grab this. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, let's see. On this side, it's going to be like that. Like this. Okay. And BA3. Very cool. I'm not actually sure what that is for. It's just like a, I don't want, it's like a kind of a frame. That's it. That's all it does. Not really doing anything. It's not part of the suspension or anything. Alrighty. Let's continue. Okay, so that goes there. Also BA3. I think that's another one of those short ones. I'll keep that right there. Okay. And we'll do the same thing here. BD6 is going to be that long run, and it's going to be this. How does this go? Yeah, BD6. It's going to go in there, so let's put this on again. And the front screw is going to be BD4. This is my left hand. If I was not building this for the overhead camera, I would never hold the screwdriver or the pieces the way I do. I would never build it in front of me. I'm basically holding everything in front of me so I can show the camera. But a lot of times I would hold it a lot closer to my chest. It'll just be more practical. Okay. So you need another BD4 right there. And that's it. And it's going to be 10 o'clock soon, so I am going to go over 3 hours, which is not what I expected, but that's okay. And then the back screw is going to be BD4 again. BD4 should be this one. So that's the back screw, so that's here. This screw is going to be BD6, so this is going to be the longer one. So it should be this. BD6, so that should be the top here. And this. Okay. And then this screw, BD7, and that BD6 right there. There's that BT10 go. Oh, it's for the switch, which I didn't do. Okay. If you're just watching this from here, I'm not using the Tamiya ESC, so that's why I'm not putting the switch onto the arm here. It does look like a very convenient place to put the switch, though. I can't really see. Okay, there we go. I think we're finally done with this step. That took a while. Okay, like I said, I'm not using the Tamiya ESC. I'm using just this radio link right here. So the switch is going to be attached to the ESC itself, which is going to be the next step. And let's see, how is this oriented? I think it's this way. And there's no laws or rules about which ESCs you use. You can even go brushless if you want, but you might tear up the transmission. You might tear up the gearbox very quickly if you do. So that's going to go here. Okay. The receiver is going to go. Where does it go? It's going to go on the side. Oh, I guess it's going to sit next to each other. Okay. I'll just do this. Yeah, I'll just do that. And keep the switch here. I'll just do that. Doesn't take a lot of space. Okay, so I saw the double-sided tape. It's right here. Just grab a piece and just double check how this will go. I think I can just have it dead center. All right. Space-wise. Okay, that should work. I'm going to kind of twirl this real quick. Okay, there we go. Now I can put this on maybe channel 2 this way. Okay. So let's do that. Ta-da. There we are. Do that. And then slap this thing on there. There we go. Clip that back on. There's that. That really didn't stay curly, did it? Oh well. We'll figure it out. As long as it doesn't peel off. There we go. And we'll just figure that out later. Antenna tubes. Gosh, why? I don't know if I want to put those antenna tubes on, but let's see. Let's connect the motor. I didn't even test the motor yet. Make sure it works. Let me tuck this under. I don't even know if this battery fits or not. Let's see. Oh, it does fit. Great. Let me figure this all out. Let's try it. Let's see if it runs. Green light. I have steering. Let's see if I have throttle. I do. Awesome. Everything works. First try. It's like I know what I'm doing. This battery even fits. Okay. I really have thoughts about the antenna tubes, but I need to find it actually. Okay, I found a antenna tube. I don't know if this is supposed to be cut in half. Cut to half length. How do I know how long this is? It's not very friendly. Oh, there it is. I have a longer ruler. It is even longer than that. Oh, this is 30. So just cut it at 15. So it should be right here. Let's use my left hand. Let's see how I did. not very good, but it's okay. I'll just trim this one a little bit more. See, again, mistakes are okay. Not the end of the world. Let's see. So this is L13. The only reason I'm putting these on is because of the two little flags that go on that. And I think it'll look pretty neat. I think it'll really kind of define the kit, actually. Because the body is going to be pretty interesting. I'm not going to put the antenna in there, obviously. How is this going to just stay, though? I mean, that's interesting. How is this tube supposed to just stay in here? Just keep, okay, so you keep pushing it all the way in. There we go. Let's see. So that's gonna go on here. Oh, you know what? I didn't finish tightening these. Let's make sure I do that. And then this goes in like that. And then a BD7 goes under. BD7 is going to be one of these little guys again. I think there's a washer there now. Yeah, there's a BB6 again. It's going to be one of these. Alrighty. If you're making it all the way to this part of the stream, and you're probably most likely watching it in a video VOD afterwards, I just want to say, and even if it's not Thanksgiving, I would say that I am grateful that you are watching this right now. And because it is Thanksgiving, I am extra grateful that you are here watching. Even though we cannot interact, I still want you to know that I appreciate you taking the time to watch. And if you're building this along with me after the fact, I hope you're enjoying it like I am. Even though sometimes it doesn't look like I'm enjoying myself, I am enjoying it. Excuse me. Sometimes I do sound like I'm not enjoying myself, but I do enjoy every second of these kits. This is just fun for me. Some people play golf. I used to play golf. I understand that hobby as well. This is not one of those screws. And you know, people have different hobbies and they're all great. This just happens to be my hobby at this stage in my life. And I'm glad I have this hobby. And 87, tapping the screw. I always want to make sure I'm using the correct screws. Anyway, okay. So I need to find another one. It's not these little head ones. Interesting. I'm not seeing it. Wow. Okay. The stream is gonna come to a grinding halt. Nope, I found it. I can't find a screw. Stream comes to a halt because I can't find a screw. That would be bad. Okay. Oh, that's a much better angle. Oh, see, I could make it magnetic just by doing that. Okay, there we go. We got the two little flags there. Little flag poles. So we're over here. We plug those in. Wow, it's time for the wheels already. Here we go. I think we can say we're at the home stretch now. So let me double check. Front wheels, rear wheels, bumper, the tailpipe, light figure, and I've already painted the body, so that's awesome. I'm just gonna give my eye a rest with the glasses real quick. I think I can handle the wheels without glasses. I just hope I can squeeze these tires. I mean, squeeze these wheels into the tires, which is something I had trouble with the regular Grasshopper. And the trick to remedy that is to soak it in warm water. Are these exactly the same? Oh, these are exactly the same. Very cool. I thought one of these would be smaller, but they look exactly the same. Yeah. T. Yeah, it's just T. There's no number. So all four of these are the same. Would not have thought that at all. Front wheel's always a smaller wheel, but not this time. I mean, the tires are definitely smaller, width-wise. Definitely more narrow. So logos on both sides, so it doesn't matter. Just going to squeeze this in. Yeah, I can tell I'm already going to have trouble with this. This is where I lack the hand strength to do this efficiently, but I will try. There's another part of, if this was the video, I would fast forward, but there's no way to fast forward on a live stream. So we just have to bear with me. Okay. That wasn't terrible. Have to really make sure the tire is seated properly, that it's completely smooth and there's no gap. There are no glue on these tires, so it's interesting. Huh. Front tire, are these exactly? Yeah, they're the same. So your left and right's the same, but when you put it on the wheel, oh, okay, yeah, I guess it just needs to be balanced a little bit because it was kind of squeezed in. Okay, all right, there we go. And then which side is which? So quite a deep offset, and then we're going to need the green. I guess these would be the caps. And where do I trim? I think I trim here. Okay. Okay, there we go. Drop those in there and line them up. I have a feeling this is where all those little screws are going to go. The one with these tiny heads. And I'm going to use the smaller driver. Yeah, looks like it. I'm going to switch this out though. All right, so it's gonna look like that. Gosh. Okay, I'm going to make a decision here, and hopefully I have the bit that will fit this, just for the sake of speeding this up. And I don't have the bit. I don't have the smaller bit for this. Okay, never mind. I was going to use the electric driver, but I don't have the bit that is small enough for this. Yep. So I have to continue by hand. I mean, I probably have it. I just have to look for it. And I don't want to do that right now. So we'll just keep going. and we'll do our best. It's just going to make this a very, very long video. Very long VOD. And a lot longer stream than it needs to be. Looks like we're going to go 4 hours. Or three full hours. Yeah, 4 full hours because I started at 7. Which is normal. I think 4 hours is the average. Just I thought this kit was going to be easier and faster, but apparently not. I do appreciate you watching though. Okay, let's get to the next one. So I think I should have done these wheels ahead of time, at least this part, like inserting this into there, just so, you know, I can pre-soak the rubber tires so I wouldn't struggle with it as much, and also just put these things on. It's not exactly like a complex okay, let's see. It's just I just don't have a lot of hand strength anymore. I think the older you get, I think you start losing some of your strength, and it just happens that my hands are the first thing to go for me. And probably consistently jamming my thumb when I was younger is not helping either. So kind of a double whammy here. Let me turn the fan back on. Getting warm again. Here we go. Drop that in there. I think that's one of the things I'm going to look for Black Friday is JIS bits that are a little bit longer, and I guess I need smaller ones as well. Okay. I'm just going to take a quick peek. What's next? Let's see. I'm sure it's going to be the rear wheels. I think we're done. 21. Yeah, rear wheels. Mount them on. Put the bumper on. That's it. Okay. We can see the finish line. We just need to get there. And I don't think it's gone. I don't think I'm going to do this in 4 hours. It might take 4.5, even 5 hours, which is surprising to me to finish this. I mean, if I didn't pre-paint the body, or if I didn't pre-paint the body and put the decals on, this might take even like 7, 8 hours. I didn't time myself doing the decals. I was watching a movie at the same time. So I'm guessing it took at least an hour to cut all of them out and laying them on. I mean, painting is several hours because you need drying time. I kind of didn't do what I normally do painting wise. Partly because it came out so good, because I think the body's small. So the white usually doesn't stay this opaque. Usually I would need to lay down a coat of silver, especially on like touring car bodies where, you know, there's a big hood. Normally I would have to put on a couple coats of silver, and then I might even put on a coat of black just to make sure it's completely opaque. But for some reason this came out, I mean, it's pretty good. Just I think it was 3 or 4 coats of white, and it came out pretty good. The first coat doesn't count because first coat's just basically, you're basically waving the rattle can over the body of the first coat. You're not really trying to lay down any paint at all. Basically dusting. Okay, let's go here. Put the wheels on the rear. We are close, I promise. I do wish I had a granola bar or something. I talked about fasting earlier. I am just not able to do any fasting. Okay, this we do need to pay attention to the tread. So this is forward, so I need to make sure I'm doing it 2 forward tires, not one front and one back. So let's see. This one is easier than the front ones. Fortunately, I might have spoke too soon. It's kind of what I mean. I would never hold it out in front of me like this to do this. I always try to put it against my chest for things like this. So let's pay attention. So that one is front. I mean, that one is going to be, I think, left. No, that's going to be the right one. So this one, I want to make sure the offset is on this side. Oh, brother. Oh, man. Jeez. If you're struggling like me and you can't even do this at all, make your life easier. You can soak these rubber tires, just the rubber part, in warm, kind of hot water for 30 seconds. It'll make it a lot more pliable, and then you should be able to kind of squeeze them in here. That's a trick I learned from the hobby shop, who, I think it was the Grasshopper, actually, the regular Grasshopper, where I couldn't put on the back tire. And I brought it in, and then he did it for me, and then he told me afterwards he had trouble with it, and he ended up just doing the hot water trick. I don't know why it was so difficult. There we go. Looks good. Looks really good. I like these tires. They're beefy. They're like monster truck tires. Kind of neat. Okay, let's do these wheels. Da, da, da. Okay. I did have breakfast a little bit earlier. I'm not sure why. I feel like I need to eat something again. About 10:37 in the morning right now. Here in Southern California. Are these... Am I lining these up correctly? It just falls in, but didn't line up. But it does need to line up, though. Yeah, it needs to line up like that. Otherwise, the screws aren't going anywhere. Okay. What are you guys going to buy on Black Friday? I think I've gotten enough kits already. I got the Grasshopper Black Edition on A-Main for $88. Talked about this earlier in the stream. And I also took advantage of a TamiyaUSA.com Black Friday sale. I picked up the CC02 Mercedes G500 kit for $150. And there's a chance, if it's still available, I might pick up the CC01 Defender. Mainly because of the price. And mainly because, and also because I'm going to need to build something, right? Just to keep the channel going, I'm going to need to build something. And I'm running out of things to build. I do have the Grand Hauler, which I'm going to figure out how I'm going to do that, because that's going to be quite involved. I mean, that if that's a build series, that's going to take like 20 videos. I think on average right now, I think it's like 10, 12. for a regular kit. I think that one's going to take like 20. It might even take more if I do the whole body. If I include the body as well. The Kong head, I skipped the last video, which is just the body, and really wasn't enough to make it into a video. I feel like I would have just been making a video just to have an extra video, so I skipped that one. But the Kong head is finished. Looks great. I haven't driven it yet, but I'm sure it'll be fun. Alright. And I think we're finally done. Yay. Okay, let's grab these and slap them on. I need ball bearings as well. Do some cable management later. So let's slap these bearings in here. Put that away. I'm going to need 4 bearings. Just 4. Makes a huge difference. Ball bearings versus these makes a huge difference. So ball bearing in here. Could put a little bit of grease there as well. Yep, should put a little bit of grease there. That's fine. And then the hex B14. Are these the same? Yep, they're all 14. These are surprisingly low profile for how big these tires are. I mean, look how thin these are. Relative to how big the wheel is. So I'm going to need a pin. Right? I'm going to need a pin. And then this. And then the wheel, and make sure I pick the one. Did I do this wrong? I know. So this one, the tread is pointing forward. And slip this on. And then grab that wheel nut. And this wrench. Okay. Alrighty, let's not forget grease on this side. Squeeze that bearing in there. That's pretty tough, actually. That is actually pretty difficult to do. Okay, let me just balance this. And then throw that on there. And then the wheel. And the wheel nut. And this time I'm going to use a bigger driver. Let's take this pin out. Oh, I need bearing first. Let's put the grease here. Okay. Okay. Whew. Okay, there we go. Oops, I dropped that. I need to find that later. Okay, I think the chassis is done. Let me throw on that bumper though. I am going to use the buggy style frame bumper rather than this style. So let's grab this. I think it just makes it look more authentic and more comical. So it's going to go here. Grab those two giant springs. It's going to go like that. And then grab these two pins. Big screws. And let me change this out. Trash can. I missed. Trash can. Very, very cool how this thing comes together. Okay. Something interesting. Oh, I do need to find that pin. Where'd it go? It's right here. Something very interesting about these tailpipes. See these two decals? These are supposed to wrap around those tailpipes. M2 and 07. I think this is M2. And L7. Don't see it anywhere. Oh, here it is. They're so kind of exaggerated, kind of a caricature, that I had to really look for it. I'm going to do as much as I can on the stream. We'll just go until I have to stop. We'll see what time that is. There is going to be the headlights as well. So I think it goes this way, right? Yeah. There isn't anything indexing this, is it? Is there? I don't think, well, actually there is. Something back there is kind of indexing it. Maybe 4. So that one's a little bit longer, I think. It's free spinning. This one's loose. That one got tight. This one is still loose. That's a little bit better. I will put the decals on that later. So what's really interesting is this is actually the battery holder. So it goes like this, right? And then this goes on and you hold it together with 2 pins. Isn't that kind of cool? I mean, this isn't like the best design I've ever seen, but it does work. And it is quite interesting. Oh, I can't see. That was way back there. Oh, there's several holes, thank goodness. Okay, there we go. So that's that. That is super cool how that comes together. Still works. Good. Okay. Probably need to glue that. I don't want it to fall off. Okay. That's really neat. It's clever. And if you do, I don't know why you would be racing this, but there is a transponder stay. I guess if you were racing other comical Tamiya kits, it would be fair and interesting, may even be kind of fun. I do have a miniature track at my local hobby shop. That might be interesting. Okay, I am not going to paint this. Obviously, I have not painted it. But I did cut it all out. Because I was planning on painting it before the stream, and then I changed my mind. I think I came to my senses. And so let's grab... I just think we need to... my plastic painting skills are not terrific to begin with, and I cannot find the nut out here. It's going to be in here. So it will take a long time for me to paint this, and there's a good chance I will get frustrated and toss it in the trash, so I didn't want to do that. Should be this screw. Nope. BA3. Oh, still that same screw. Okay, I need to find this M3. M3 and M4. I think that's the transponder stay from the last page. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the LED. That's the LED control unit. Okay, so this piece goes on here. See, if you were kind of hardcore plastic model Tamiya enthusiast, you would actually glue this together and putty this and then sand it to perfection so it looks like a seamless dome. And I know people will go that length, and I am not one of those people. So I don't want to offend anybody by painting it without doing that and make things worse. Okay, so it goes... How the heck does this go? Okay, so it goes... So this goes on first. BD1 is going to be this long, smooth screw, so it should be this one. We're almost there. The body's already painted and decals already on. I think I just need to put the headlights on after this step and we're done, which is super cool. I am able to do this all in one stream. And this is the stand, and the stand's going to be BD9, I'm pretty sure. I'm like 95% sure it's going to be these two screws. I would say 99. Here we go. Then we're going to double side tape this. just going to use a little bit because I'm going to obviously peel this off and paint it later. So I will do this. I'm going to take my time painting this. I'm going to take like a week to paint this. I'm not going to even rush. I'm just going to put some primer on it and then wait a day. And then put one base coat of whatever color, probably like white, gloss white. And then I will paint the face on another day. And then paint the helmet another day. I will just take my sweet time. All right. Okay. Here we go. And just see how the body fits on here. I know I forgot to cut a couple holes. Let me see. And these don't go in. Okay, I need to cut these 2 holes. Oh, look how cool that driver is. I don't know if you can see that or not. But it's super cool. Super cool. How tight he is in there. It's so prominent. I thought about tinting the window, but I'm glad I didn't. When I do paint the driver figure, it's going to look really cool. Okay. All right. Let me take this. Put on the headlights. Alrighty then. Okay, so L8 and L9. Let me turn off the fan again. I can feel my allergies kicking up. The fan doesn't help it at all. It makes it worse. Okay, so no light bulb in there. I just need the lens that I cut out, which is part of the body, by the way. I mean, this is pretty fancy for a comical kit now. You know, you got lenses, and you can put a light kit in here, and I need to trim this a lot more. A lot more. What did I use? Okay. See, use these. Gonna need my glasses back on. Actually, I think I'm gonna need to put the magnifying goggles, these things, so I can see the line better and cut it properly. I think I got it. Is it? I'm thinking maybe it needs to be like the other line that I'm looking at. It might be that other line. Let's see if this fits first. If not, it's the other line. Yeah, it's going to be, it's hard to show, but it's going to be I mean, it's kind of incredible that it would be that line, but it is, looks like. I mean, that's really, really tight to the curve of the glass, of the lens here. Okay, yep, there we go. That's how it goes. What is this? Oh. Okay. All right, while I have the goggles on, let me cut the other one. Put those away. Okay. Oh, it's 11 already, so we've been going at this for 4 hours. We do see an end though, so that's good. But I don't, here it is. Don't see the cutter. Okay. Put this on the ground. Okay. Like that. Very, very cool. Let's find those little tiny screws. Which ones are they? Tapping screw 2x12. Oh, it must be these. I don't see 4 of them though. What is going on? Are there any more screws anywhere? Let's see. I don't see any more screws. And there's only 2 of these. Are these the right ones? Let's see. Sure looked like it. I don't see any more M2 screws. It can't be this. This is too big. That has got to be it. But there's only 2 of them. Let me get the other screwdriver. I was not expecting this to be so difficult, to be honest. Oh, that's not the right bit. Okay. Let me just do it to this one. Let's do the bottom screw. Yeah, it looks like this is the correct screw. But there's only 2 of them, so I will compromise for right now and then figure something out another time. So let's try this one. Okay, and then oh, there's the, how many O-rings are there? O-ring and then the washer. So that's what the O-rings are for. So there's the washer. And there's the O-ring. And that is a 3x10 tapping screw. So it should be this. Was there a nut that was supposed to go in here? All right. Let's see, let's look at it again. 3x10. Can I not use a 3x10? Looks like I did not use a 3x10, did I? Let's see. I think I used that little bit shorter screw. And this wouldn't be the right washer. And there's only 1 left. A little bit disappointed to me, yeah? Looks like I'm short on a couple things here. I don't think I've ever contacted Tamiya for missing screws, but I might have to. Because that is not a size I have laying around. I'm talking about that little silver one. And yeah, I don't see another washer unless it's out here somewhere. Which it could be. I'll watch the video again and see if it was ever here. Now, at least we have the O-ring. So we're missing 2 screws and a washer. Oh well. Okay. C'est la vie. Okay, there we go. And if I was doing a light kit, you would drill those 2 holes out for the wire to go through. But I'm not. I think that is it, right? I think that is it. I do need to put a couple pins. One of these sleeves, rubber tubing. Where did I see any rubber tubing? Oh. Could the screws be in here? I see washers, but I don't see the screws. So I do. So there's redemption right here. All right, let's see. So, using the wrong scissors. So let me do that again. So I was wrong about Tamiya. They did give me the washers. But I still don't see those tiny screws. Unless, wait, what is this? Could that be it? Hold on. Are there 4 of them? 1, 2, 3. There are 4 of them. Then what the heck is these for? You know what I mean? What are these silver ones for? So, see, I was wrong about Tamiya completely. The screws were here. It's just me. So, it's my fault. I missed a bag. It is complete as it normally is. User error is the problem. What the heck is going on? There we go. Okay, let's take this one out. Good thing I spotted that one. That's this last bag. I kind of spotted it when I was doing something earlier. I looked down. Otherwise, I would have never known. And you would hear me ranting angrily about Tamiya, which would have been unwarranted. Because, as usual, the set is 100% complete with extra screws even. There's a lot of extra screws. One of these. Oh, that's for the bumper. You want to put a rear bumper. I think you can take a rear bumper instead of the wheelie bar. I think you can put on a rear bumper. Okay. Wow, very cool. Very, very cool. Okay, how long is this supposed to be? Rubber tubing. How long? Does it say anywhere how long this tubing is supposed to be? It does not. I don't think it's the whole thing. Definitely not the whole thing. Let me cut it in half. Let's see what happens. So this is 6. So let me cut it at 3. And I'll cut it with a knife this time. Okay, and okay, so see if that works. Maybe I cut it too short. We'll see. If I cut it too short, I'll just use let's use another pin. Okay, so let's use pins. I cut it too short, but it looks like. Does it look like I cut it too short? Does it look like I? Let me see the box. I don't know what this is supposed to look like. Well, it's hard to say because they cut the body posts. So I think this is fine. I think this is actually perfect. Let's throw a couple pins in. Actually, I need to put how many holes? 2. So maybe the 3rd hole. Should this be lower? Yeah, it's really hard to tell because they trimmed the body posts on the drawing there, on the box art. Went down one hole. I want to see the driver a lot more, so let me push this down. That's the way it should be. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need to put this on the 9th hole. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Crap. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, there we go. Pushes all the way down. There we go. Awesome. I wish you can see this. I mean, that's going to be really cool once I paint the body. That's it. 100%. And we're done. Wow, that took, let's see, 4.5 hours. And that's a little bit surprising to me that it took that long. But, you know, it is what it is. I'm glad I did it. And I'm really happy that you are watching this, either live. Probably not live. There's not a lot of people. There's only one person watching right now. I want to thank you. But if you do watch this sometime in the future and this video helped you, I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe so you can watch more of these streams and build series that I do. I do try to put out a build series or a stream once a month, so I'm looking forward to what I'm going to build in the future. December, I will probably either build, I'll probably build a CC02 G-Wagon. I'm going to hold on to the, most likely hold on to the Tamiya Black Edition as a collector's item. And then I'm going to look forward to what I'm going to build in 2026. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about new kits coming out yet. I built quite a few new kits this year. I built the next gen BT01 and the MB01. And those were fun. Not very popular, but they were interesting. All right. So, hey, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining me. And I'll hopefully see you guys again very soon, sometime in December. All right, folks. Have a great rest of your day. Happy Thanksgiving.